Okay. Think I'm live. Back for part 2. So, working on part 2 now. Obviously have my thermal printer and an Arduino Uno with a USB shield attached and ready to go, which is what I was testing with before. So last time I was trying to port over functions to operate the printer. The two main functions that I really need for my project is QR code and printer cutting. Printer cutting I already had working before the stream, which is how I knew that I could actually get things to work right. Even after 7 hours, I could not get what do you call it? QR codes to print right, and I couldn't even get a bitmap to print correctly. I reached out to the manufacturer and made some progress. Oh. Somebody left the front door open. Hold on. Oh. Someone got it. Cool. Code I was working on before is this code here, where somebody else had started trying to make a library for a thermal printer. I think they were using an Epson, which seems to be the most common one that people use. My printer is not an Epson, it's a kiosk printer from a company in China. They seem to actually be a somewhat large company. With all sorts of products, but it does use some slightly older commands for some things, and so I think I have one of the receipts from before. Yeah, so one of the receipts from before. The problem with printing a QR code. Hello, Aaron. So one of the problems before when printing a QR code, this was not actually a generated QR code, this was a bitmap that it was trying to print. But the problem was it was trying to print in blocks. And the problem with it is the printer is auto-adding a margin on the lines as it prints, which creates a separated code. And at least in my testing, you cannot set that line size to 0. I could make it larger, but I could not make it 0. So I had to find a way to either do a bitmap or get the internal QR code to function. I did get bitmap to work. After reaching out to the manufacturer, I got back a manual with a bunch of the commands that are specific to this printer. And I'll find my... Where is it? There it is. So they sent back this manual, which has all the commands specific to my printer, which is great because I'm going to finish porting everything over so that even though most of the commands that were in this library were working, I want to make sure that they're exactly matching, just of my own preference. And so they sent me over some stuff, and I was able to create this function. And initially I was trying it, and it was not printing the barcode like this. It was printing gibberish. I think I have a sample of it somewhere. So I've actually been saving pretty much all the pieces of paper from this print testing, and I've almost used this entire spool getting this thing to work. No, that was from a different test. Not that test. Not that one. It was printing stuff similar to this, but where it's a bunch of like gibberish, but it was still in its chunks, just not obviously didn't resemble a QR code. So then I figure, okay, what am I missing? I have to be missing something. Oh, there it is. That's what it started printing, is it started printing this gibberish. Just of no good. And then partway through, interestingly enough, the Arduino, when I was doing some more testing, the Arduino would crash, and it would start printing out the crash message from the Arduino. And the reason I know it's from the Arduino is because right at the beginning is actual readable text, and that readable text is actually a serial printout that's supposed to be printed to serial terminal, not on USB, which is interesting. And I also think it's because the library is not properly cutting connection after I've set commands, and I think there's a command you can build in to fix that, so I will have to play around with it. But what I finally started realizing, because it's not printing a proper bitmap, I was like, okay, let's try a different format. So I look at Adafruit's examples, and they had their logo as a bitmap in hex format instead of 0 to 255 is, I think, the array that was being used for the other one. And sure enough, it prints a bitmap properly of Adafruit's logo. It just has to be in a specific format, and the converter is very easy to use. I only think there'll be one thing that I'll be converting, which will be the project logo. There is a logo for the project as a whole. So I'll probably be printing a receipt with the logo, the name of the project, which is build, which stands for something. Oh goodness, I'm gonna memorize this one day. It stands for building useful innovations to launching dreams. I did not come up with it. The nonprofit I'm building this for came up with it, and I think it's a great acronym. So once I got that working, I was able to do a test where I can print out a bitmap QR code, which is great. Only one problem. almost all the QR codes I'm going to be printing are dynamic. They will have to be built off of information that you are submitting to the system. So I need a way to generate that so that I can actually do that. And so I was trying a bitmap creation tool that I had found. And I'm sure if I fiddle with it, I can make it work. Problem with Arduino Uno is that you run out of memory really, really quickly. Trying to see if I can find what it was printing. It was trying to work, but it looked really terrible. Like you would see lines between sections. The density of the pixels was absolutely atrocious, and then I was going to try and scale it, and I was having issues scaling, so then I was going to experiment with putting it on a LCD screen and see if I can get it working that way so that I'd stop wasting paper. And I was making some headway, but then I took some of the code that I had and I emailed the manufacturer. That's what I was trying. So I was trying to do the bitmap, and it, one, doing normal size is very, very small. The other problem is, even when I did get it enlarged, oh, there's an enlarged one on this paper. Even when I did get it enlarged, it was missing data. So the alignment squares were actually missing the black squares within them. So you couldn't actually scan it. So that was not working, obviously. Now the printer has an internal QR code generator, and I was getting absolutely nowhere with getting it working, even with the documentation that I was trying to follow. So so I started creating based off the documentation. Where is it? This function doesn't actually work. I'm gonna remove it. I started working on this function. Initially, I was mixing hex and byte. Once I was talking to the manufacturer, just to follow what they had given me, I just made it easy on myself and I put it all in hex because what they sent me was in hex. But I was following. Where is it? It's down here. I was following this. So hexadecimal code 5048 NM, where N is a particular mode and M matches that mode. So the first one is the version of the QR code. Then you set the error correcting level, set the width, and then your content setting. So there's two different types of formats. The format they sent me was this one, which I got working, so I'm gonna leave it. And then when you print the last one, that tells it to actually make the QR code. What I was missing was 0x13, which actually, that's 19 ASCI. Yeah, well, that's not a command in here. Huh, interesting. I wonder if... Oh, it is. Oh, what? So... DC3... Let's try an ASCI converter. ASCI converter. Let's see. PC3. Nope, that doesn't work. No idea how that's converted. No, pH is 5048. No idea. Well, either way, what I was missing was pretty much the 0x13 from the commands, and then I changed this from what I was using before to match, again, the example they sent me back after I sent my code, and it works. A few changes I obviously have to make. I did end up changing this so the data doesn't need to exist anymore, because I am actually taking text that I send the library to print, converting that there, so that will be leaving. And to make things easier for myself, I've actually made another environment in VS Code, so that I can make the library again from scratch, and I'm going to clean some of the functions up, especially at the top of this code. It opens up a second class for the printer operation, also using the USB library. Pretty much all of this should be in the library. I should not need to add it to my main code. I don't think it needs to be there. It'd be nice if it's not there, so that's what I plan to do, is move it and integrate everything so that all I really have to do is start up the printer, and that's it. And I should be able to call commands and have things work. At least that's what I'm hoping. I'll play around with it and find out. A lot of this stuff I won't be needing. Don't plan on changing text for anything. Yeah. But it works. So I was able to generate a QR code dynamically through the printer. Hooray! It only took like some 20 hours. It was a lot of work playing around, testing different things. Like I said, I pretty much used up the entire sample spool that came with the printer. Thankfully, I was smart, and I bought an extra spool of paper, because I honestly wasn't sure if the printer came with it. So I was pleasantly surprised opening the box and finding a spool of paper. Yeah, it definitely paid off, that's for sure. I was, to be honest, worried about finding a different solution, because my one possible solution long term for like going paperless would be to use like small e-ink displays and have them sit in a tray, and your main ESP knows that they're sitting there, that they're plugged in, and it can flash the next one in line, so to speak, and then you just remove it, keep it with the donation, and then once you've logged that donation, you can put it back on the base station, and it resets everything and keeps things moving. Problem with that is, gotta keep track of them all. Cost significantly goes through the roof, trying to develop everything and keep track of it all, and you got more software to keep track of. But then the other aspect, the other thing I plan to have this printer do is print out the inventory tag. So it would print a QR code and then what the inventory item is. So that because sometimes we have low quantities of an item, so rather than have its own box or spot on it, we typically put things in boxes. It's a little nicer than trying to leave them on a massive shelf in a warehouse. So instead of having just one item in a box, could put a few of similar items in a box, so having more than one label on a box would not be unheard of. But because this system might be used by other nonprofits for similar purposes, they may have different ways they want to classify their inventory. So the system has to be capable of being dynamic on the type of inventory being logged, and thus the QR codes might not be the same between more than one installation. Or we might add or remove categories down the line. So I'm not creating bitmaps for all these different types of inventory items, only to then have to go back and remake them all. But it's really nice to just be able to tell this printer to make a whole bunch of those inventory tags and put a bit of tape on them and put them on a box somewhere. So yeah, that one would be a lot harder to replace. You could do what the grocery stores are doing and have those e-ink displays, but again, cost and software. So getting this printer to work is definitely a happy me. So I guess now the only thing to really do is to start building the new library. I think I got it open here. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Keith. You just missed all my good explaining, Keith. Cliff notes as I got things working. Now I'm rebuilding the library. Printer. Source. Printer. Oh, oops. I left that in. No worries. Gonna take me a little time to start building the basics of this library, so if you want to watch 1.5 speed or whatever, feel free to do so. Let's put on some music. Oh, that's loud. Watching a TV show on this. And the site I watch things on is inexplicably quiet. So, got to turn the music down. Okay. Let me check my reference programming so that I know I'm making my library correctly. That's defined. Yep. Class. Public. Protected. And we're going to change that. $347? Yeah, $347. Make sure I get the name of this right. Yes, it is working over USB. Oh, right. I guess I could add that. Yes. Sorry, the light ring on my camera is falling off. Gotta make a better mount for it one day. Okay, public print. We can do that. But this serial stream. Using serial. And the syntax, but what actually connecting is the USB printer. This is going to be an interesting one, adding that to functionality. That's protected. These are the public available. Peak, read, flush, read bytes, write. Status, soft reset, int, pull, release. Yeah. Should be able to release it. Control. Trying to understand what it's doing and why. What is it calling? Oh, that just sets that. It in here. Well, that's not even doing anything. What are you? waste.
Huh.
Ah, reset's doing something. I know reset is on this printer, but I have to confirm that the command is right. Well, I think the easiest thing to do would just be able to, for starting this, because I want to remove, where is it? Not going to show me the files that I want. This is the one I want to see. These items here. I think my best course of action is going to be to set up the main class and essentially a begin, and then a simple print of a test line, and once I can get that working, then it should be fine to transfer things over as needed. So let's do that. So need printer. I think printer integrates the USB library, does it not? USB.h does. Do I need? Yes. Why? Why would you do it that way? You declare the use of USB, but then using it to transfer it to the library. Might as well just have it in the darn library. Oh my goodness gracious. So, I have to find that in the library. So let's go. And open the library. Oh gosh, it's too early for me to be yawning. USB.h. Async operation on start. USB I gotta. I don't really want to muck with it if I can avoid it. Async operation on it. Let's see. Classifying it there. Oh my goodness. So what I'm hoping I could do is don't need to transfer anymore. It's 2000 hours over here. operation. What? Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. What's the next step? Right. So internal. Down here too. I am indeed Canadian. Ooh, how'd that turn out, Aaron? Oh. Hey, there we go. Now USB library is internal, as it should have been in the first place. Next thing will be why? What is even the point of that async operation? Yeah, so it calls it and then nothing? Like, really? What a waste. Okay, let's that. Does it even need to return anything? How the heck does that work? USB printer and async operation. And then you transfer printer over to the actual library. See, they shouldn't be defining this as serial. I almost wonder if that's partially causing issues. But nonetheless, oh. Shouldn't be removing anything from here. This should be fully functional the way it is. The setup. So it starts USB there. Still doesn't explain the point of doing that is then. Quite literally nothing? What? Why? What? Or is that to start the printer itself? USB print? No. What? It doesn't even seem like it's used for anything. Other than to start the actual printer? Which this should be run on and begin anyways, in my opinion. Printer is either there or it's not. I guess if you're hot swapping the printer through USB, fine, but in my case it won't matter. The printer's not there, throw an air code. Yeah, I'm gonna try removing it completely, to be honest. I want to see what it does. See how much it decides to try and freak out on me. Yeah, so when I run the actual code, the only thing it does, so it runs my main code, but what I had been doing is I hadn't been plugging in USB right away because COM port was locking up, so I'd plug it in after, and then that's when it would run it to try and connect to the printer. So I think it was just almost a delay in a way before it tried starting up the printer. Yeah, just 2 lines. All it was doing was essentially delaying it trying the printer, but it has a function so you could call it whenever you actually wanted the printer to start communicating. So in my case, yeah, it's not oh wait, I'm just calling it here. Oh no, it's just calling it as a function. I'm saving the parameter, which the thing it was calling is the int down here. So I can call that in a begin function. Yeah, that's public. Yeah. So what's it throwing an arrow down here? Ah, here's where it's using it. I'm gonna go with, let's ignore it for now and at least see if I get the thing to work. If it works, I'm just gonna leave it. yeah, it's calling back to this, where it initializes the printer, which does that. And all of those functions are already in the library. So you could have just called them directly instead of having them in your main sketch and then having to link all these items together. The only thing that should need to be in this core code is the main printer library. Shouldn't have to call everything else to go with it. I can partially understand why. The person has these on GitHub as individual libraries, and they have different supports for, I'm not sure, different printers, but they have, I think it's different drivers for different microcontrollers, but I'm fairly certain this main library is going to work for me no matter what, because it's printing with the serial commands. So in my case, I don't think it's going to matter. And like I said, I'm always expecting this printer to be connected. If it's not connected, throw an error on boot. And I'll be running a self-check every once in a while to make sure that it can still communicate. Can't communicate? Throw an error code. Well, it's also going to be checking the status of the printer for low paper and stuff like that. But it only calls that function once, so why it needs to be classified as a whole bunch of things is just a waste. But so that should be done. I don't have my main open yet. Don't actually need my example sketch running just yet. Let's see here. Oh, I was waiting for you to catch up, but I got this in the other day. So once this library is working, I have to make sure that I can get it to work on an ESP32. What? Once I recode this library, hopefully I'll be soldering that up and hopefully it works. It actually arrived like next day or the day after. It arrived early, but didn't have this code working until like last night. So, and I've been busy all day. I finally finished painting the 3D printer cabinet. So this section opens up and I'll have access to put my printer spools and run the feeds down below, and these doors open sideways, and the printer will sit inside them, and I have pass-throughs for the cables because I'm going to put the controller and everything outside of it. All the way around, the printer section is soundproofed, so technically this whole side panel is soundproofed, and then the shelving in between is soundproofed, but there's nothing soundproofing the top or the bottom under here. So the only thing really fully enclosed is the back of here. The back panel on this side doesn't have soundproofing, but this section does. So the 3D printers should make very minimal noise when they're inside here, and the back side of these doors has foam on them. But finally got the coats of paint on it today, and I even have tower lights for when the printers are active, and it's using my tower controller for those lights. Just gotta get the getting the Pusher Bear upgrade kit. And then I have to get some more wiring to finish off the LED lighting. And yeah, hopefully soon it'll be running. And then I actually finally got measurements today for an RFID reader that I need to make the barcode scanner system work. So I can actually start designing the first handheld prototype. And somebody on Twitter recommended an interesting CAD program to me that you can buy a single license for, not a subscription. So I'm tempted to try the demo version of it, and if I like it, I'll spend the $130 for it. Yeah, because it looks easier than FreeCAD, so why not? I have both, but I don't print PLA. I haven't printed PLA in years. I almost exclusively do ABS, but I've done some flexible filaments. I'll actually be using resin for this project. So on the front of this printer, it's got this nice translucent green piece. It's not bad. And it's got lights in it. And when there's a jam, I think I can simulate it. Oh, if I turn it on. Let's turn it on. I think I can simulate what it does. Maybe not. Let's try putting this spool of paper back into it. Yeah, so if it detects a jam, it lights up. It is very bright. Now granted, they're expecting pretty much an enclosure right up to here, so the only thing that's really lighting up is part of the green when it's inside something, but even still, that's bright. But what I'd prefer to do, just A, because I can, and B, I think it'll look cooler, is I'm going to redesign this part in CAD, but print it in the translucent resin that I have. Disable the LEDs, keep the switch in it so the printer can still do its error controlling. If there's a jam, then it stops printing and waits until the jam is out of the way and finishes printing whatever you were trying to tell it to print. Which I imagine it would have a timeout, because if you're trying to print a lot, that buffer will probably overflow very quickly. But either way, I'm going to leave its air handling in place, just to prevent issues with the thermal head and whatnot. But instead, I'll use adjustable LEDs so I can color things and do nice stuff with it when it's functioning or has an error or whatever. But I'm going to use my clear it's not clear, it's translucent resin for that. The main housing will be 3D printed ABS, and will have to be multiple pieces because things have to be able to open and whatnot for maintenance and to replace paper and whatnot. Pretty much. I'm already going to be using the adjustable LEDs inside the scanner as well, in a neat spot to show like just status, and if it's scanned something I can do a nice animation on it. So I'm already going to have that built into the control, and I plan to use the same screen and control board for this. I just haven't decided if I'm going to stick with just buying these and putting a JST lead on it, like not exactly this, but something like this, where you have a half pigtail, so to speak, where you just have the connector on one end and it's just a bare wire assembly, so that I can plug it into the main control board, and that way part of the reason for that is I can order more control boards to replace things, or if a scanner isn't being used but the printer board is stopped working for whatever reason, I can salvage stuff and transfer it over. Less inventory to manage because everything's using the same control board. So I want to do something similar for this. So I haven't decided. I'll decide it when I start designing the circuit board, because obviously the board has to be size constrained. If it can't fit, then I'll just buy more of these pre-made hubs and make it smaller. The one thing I will probably do, however, is change how it fits inside this printer, because this bottom section is almost completely empty, and having to use up all this space for connectors is kind of a waste. So I'd like to make it a little more compact if I can. But the beginning items I need is, I need to start the thing, so begin. So the initial start of this project was January 9th. The official end date is January 8th, 2024. But it's very likely going to be continued and extended and expanded and so on and so forth. Oh, I need to call the thermal printer class. The constructor is the term I was looking for. It is indeed. So there's two main periods would see the most usage. One is back to school, and the other is Christmas. So the hope is to have something functional for back to school, so August. So for about a month they would use it, and then from there initial feedback can be given and more code can be done, and then ideally it's up and running for the holiday season. But yeah, it'll be very helpful for Christmas. Talking easily. Oh, what was it? It's a lot of stuff. So I'm a volunteer as well for the agency I'm building this for, which is why I had the idea to do it, because I'm like, a lot of the work, I'm like, this could be automated. This could be, this could be done so much nicer. Because a lot of it's done on paper, and then you have to take the paper and you have to copy it to an Excel sheet, and then you have to extrapolate the data that you want for various other reports, and it's all hands on deck. It's a lot of work, especially gift codes. Gift codes have to be tracked up the wazoo, I tell you. So that building an ATM machine that can handle all that kind of stuff is going to be amazing. Now, I'm fully expecting that the ATM machine might be next year's project. I think that one's going to come down to budgetary constraints, but the full design will happen this year, because I have a few items. I'm still waiting on a few items for it, but I have a few items for testing. I got a smoothie, in case you're wondering. I got a few items coming for testing. And then with that, I'll be able to design the full machine. And then cost everything out appropriately. I was going to look for something. What was I going to look for? Oh, right. It's sending stream. What does it want for stream? I think stream was the start of printer. Yeah. Yep. That's printer there. Yeah. I think how the constructor goes without anything in it. Ah, okay. USB printer and USB driver. And included. Why is it complaining? Not expecting something on there, is it? Oh, it is expecting. Does it do that up here too? Oh, it does. Huh. Down semicolons. Okay. So then, start the begin. With oh, void. Gonna end up changing that to a bool, but let's just see here. So the order of operations is that start a print. It starts USB. Does the printer driver not have a begin? Does it use the int as its begin? Yeah, it's using the int as its begin. So let's see here. So this should be doing this. But I have to make this pretty. Actual definition for USB. Instead of doing a while delay, it has a bunch of surprised they don't have a your USB failed kind of declaration. Guess I could kind of make my own. And it goes to D1 to FF by the looks of it. Yeah, okay. Let's do A1, I guess, for craps and giggles. What does it return if it's successful then? It's not reported. Really? You report 0 as your... Everything worked fine. What? Is that really where it ends though? That doesn't make any sense. What's the point of this return when it's not even encoding anything? Oh, it uses a go-to. Ooh. Yes, it would get stuck in that while loop. I plan to fix that. No, I was trying to understand what it returns if it works. What the heck is our code then? Because it's going to try and run on it. This. Hell on it. Speed trace. I'm gonna have to see what it's supposed to return. But for now, I'm going to set turn to x81. USB driver. Wait, what? It's not right. I'm missing something here. Oh, I am gonna need all these tasks on the main thing. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, the way it is. Let's reset this all back to the way it was then. Oh, actually, know. I can make this work. Hold on. Let me try. I think I can make this work. Let's see here. So it goes from starting up the USB. Oh, really? Somebody made a library that returns 0 success? Oh. So it starts that, and then it automatically jumps into this async operation. Let's see here. On int, but yeah. So is it ever actually funny? This? It does make sense. Register device class this. What's this? Wow, this is it works, but it's weird code to me. Granted, I am not proficient by any means. Wow. Trying to understand how they're actually initializing this thing. Use putter on int bidirectional and escape past printer. P printer. It's bidirectional. Inline virtual bool. Turn bi-directional. What's the point of that? Okay, like, what? It's not even doing anything. But it clearly is doing something. I actually want this as its own routine. That won't work, because that reports -1. Zero. Turn 1. Hello, Johnny. So the USB int works very weird. So if you look here, the way it's set up to work is 0 is success, -1 if not. But I'm doing bool, which is 1 or 0. So if it's basically this statement is if it fails, it's going to return a 0 in my case. So 0 if the host fails, but otherwise I'm sending a 1. So yeah. At least I'm hoping. Find out if this actually does anything. So let's start with a command. reset. And in here we're sending escape at, and check the documentation. Printer initialization, escape at is indeed the correct command. Hexadecimal format 1B40. Let's see here. 1B40. That's what I want. Bed. Bed is the obvious choice there, Aaron. I need to define stream. Stream. Does that work? I don't think it's going to. No. Can I declare it down here? No. Let's declare it. Like a constructor. There we go. Who just messaged me? Oh, that's so cute, Aaron. That is too cute. Oh yes, I'll happily share it. That is too darn cute. USB pointer. Over here. It does string. Go. Stream. Yes. Look, it's not going to complain. Oh, let's try removing that. How did I do it here? Stream. Stream. Speed. Does that work? wonder if that's gonna work. Haha! Got it. Thermal printer paper only works on the one side. And for a lot of the testing, I eventually did switch to not cutting, because I was printing super small slivers and it was driving me nuts having to fish them out. Yeah, this is turning into more of a hassle than it's worth, to be honest. Okay. Back to original plan. Thermal printer. Yeah. Let's switch this back to the way it was. As much as I hate having extra headers at the top of my code, I'm gonna live with it, because it really just has to work, and you're not really... Once it's working, the plan is, as I build the software, I'm gonna try and make everything as configurable easily as possible. And I'll probably take a page out of the OXRS stuff and set it up to accept like a config file in JSON format. But for the most part, yeah. I never did get into video games myself. The only ones I ever really played were racing games. Wouldn't mind having a simulator. That'd be nice. But I don't have that kind of money lying around. Most of my money these days is gonna go to building my next e-trike to replace my current one. But it's gonna have a full body and everything. Eventually, once I have more items for it, I will live stream the work on that, because that'll be a fun one. You never did post some finalized photos of the simulators there, Aaron. What is that? Ace. No, on my e-trike, no. So my local government decided to change some rules regarding e-bikes. So my current bike, which needs a new battery, would be overweight by about 55 kilos. And I would need a new gear ratio on the pedals. So yeah, I have to lose a crap load of weight on the thing. But I also want it to have a full canopy for all weather driving, because the two things that I hate the most are the rain and the wind. Well, wind and cold. Even with heated sweater and good heated gloves, the wind will overpower them eventually, depending on how cold it is. So I want full canopy. Because I want a full canopy, it restricts it to certain weight limits. 55 kilos to be exact, which is kind of ridiculous. The battery I want is 14 kilos. My current motor is 14 kilos. The motor controller is just under 2 kilos. Fairly certain the tires that I'm using right now, the front ones, are like 7 pounds each, which is 14 kilos? No, opposite. Pounds is lower than kilos. 7 pounds, kilos. Yeah, sorry, opposite direction. 7 pounds would be 3.17515 kilograms. So, yeah, the plan is in the springtime, when it's warm enough to be in the garage for longer periods of time, I'm going to stick 3 scales under the 3 tires to get an accurate reading of what the weight is. Kind of know where it is roughly. I think it's somewhere in the 105 kilo range. And then as I take things off for scrap metal and recycling, a few things I'll save. I'm going to weigh everything and create myself a list, and then work my way up to buying all the parts that I need. Mainly, to start, I need the new suspension cylinders. I need 3 of them. That's $300 right there. Well, it's a little over that because it's 100 and some odd dollars for the cylinders. Eventually, I'm going to upgrade to hydraulic brakes, and there's a go-kart company south of the border of me that makes really nice billet master cylinders for go-karts, plus they sell front brakes. The front brakes won't work, but the master cylinder will be enough, is a large enough bore that I can make an adapter for it to go to bicycle disc brakes. And with bicycle disc brakes, with hydraulic, I won't have to mess around with it just to get all the time, because that's the problem on my current one, is it's cable driven. And if someone cuts you off, which they do, you tend to burn down your pads, so then you're sitting there with an Allen key adjusting the pads, and then it's not right, and then once you burn them in a little, and now it's the right distance, and now it feels nice when you're stopping, and then eventually you wear them down some more, and you gotta readjust it, and yeah. Hydraulic won't have that issue because they're self-adjusting. Well, as an e-bike, I'm restricted to 32 kilometers an hour. The current one will do 74. Yes, I have gone that fast. It is absolutely insane. I do not sustain it. You ever hit a bump and you're going flying? Yeah. Mainly the reason I like the motor that I have is we have some steep hills here. I've accelerated up steep grades without an issue. The acceleration is phenomenal. And while I don't need 74 kilometers an hour, the extra speed is good when you're on a 3-lane road in rush hour traffic and you need to make a left-hand turn. Even on a bike, no one is going to let you in. And I have lighting up the wazoo on my bike. So, being able to have the extra speed to force my way through a gap that I see is very, very helpful. And I haven't been pulled over, so must be driving something correctly. So, yeah. My kind of ultimate goal, though, is that when it's done, I want to try and take it to, there's an auto show that happens in a major city near me every year. Don't think I'll get invited, but I think I could set up a booth as a business and show it off that way. Guess I'll just come down to how expensive a booth is and saving up the money for it. But I think it'd be a fun way to show it off. No. Well, if I got invited, sure, I'd take it down to SIBA. But no, I'm, the nearest city to me is Toronto. It's not the best auto show ever, but it is a decent show. It'd be a heck of a way to show off my work. Oh my gosh! Aaron, those photos are amazing. Oh man. I tell you, if I had some money, I'd, Oh, you haven't shown those. The only thing you've shown, Aaron, was, your initial construction where you were building out the cubicles, so to speak. I think you had, like, 4 of them set up or something. Or at least 2, I remember seeing. But man, that looks so cool. Yeah, if I had the money, I'd go travel. Say hello to all the awesome YouTube people. But with the trike, the other plan is to build a trailer that would have solar on it, and it would be like a flat deck trailer. I designed the solar to come off, so if I just need to store a bunch of stuff because I'm going to the hardware store or whatever, I could just use that. But then I could put solar panels if I want to go long distance. If I really want to go long distance, I actually want to build like almost like a container, but it would be a miniature OV camper, and design it so that the roof can go up, but it's a solid shell. Put some insulation in it, put some heaters in it, so if I'm driving and I'm gonna pull over and park for the night or whatnot, and it's cooler out, I can be inside the cab and tell it to start preheating. And then that way I can kind of go camping with it, and go on long distance travel, because so I have kind of two goals. I'd like to take it to the auto show and just show it off. And then the other thing would be, what do you call it? I want to take a long distance trip to a place called Banff, which is 3,000 some odd kilometers away from me, in another province. I know it's a bit of a touristy thing, but I do like camping, and it seems like a nice place to visit. Always good to have goals and dreams in mind. I tend to accomplish many things that I put my mind to. I do have a few lofty goals, but I feel like they can be attainable with the right things. So these are the photos from Aaron. Like, jeez. High-res photos. Man, construction and all of that is just amazing. Are these built from a kit or is it supplied? Like, that's just amazing, man. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Now, is this fully accurate? Like, would the actual plane have lights built up like that, or is some of it additional stuff? Oh. I figure it's custom. Like, it's not something you go down to your local hardware store for. I love some of the DIY stuff people come up with for creating some of the switches and stuff, especially for people that do like the historical fighter jets. Some of the ways they come up with building these is just wow. Just wow. Can only imagine it's not cheap either, because like it'd have to be like low volume inventory. You're obviously customizing it. I'm sure some things are shared between different, what do you call it? Different models of aircraft, so some of it you might reuse, but yeah. What kind of monitors does it use? 100K? That's actually not as bad as I was expecting. Now, is it motion capable, or is it just flat? I'd be curious what monitors it uses. You using 4K yet? Or are you going all the way to 8K? I love all this stuff. They're like, oh, it's 8K compatible. And then no graphics card or HDMI cable can actually run the darn thing. It is 8K? Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah, you'd be maxing out some GPUs on that sucker. I assume you're using water cooling then? How much RAM would that system need too? Oh my gosh. Like, I spec'd this computer pretty darn good. Fair enough. I spec'd some good specs on my current computer. Like, it keeps up with OB. Like, I got a half a dozen Chrome tabs open easily. And I've had zero issue. Oh, is it running Xeon? Or are you running normal, like, i9, i7 type stuff? Yeah. Right, what am I forgetting to do here? Oh, don't need that. Set that back to the way it's supposed to be. Right. Don't need that function. This has to get reset. Sorry, I'm a tech guy, Aaron. I'm gonna ask the hard questions. That's one way to do it. Are you at least starting to turn it around so it's not not a in the red venture? Well, Aaron does have a whole whack load of the nice. I'm glad to hear that, Aaron. Aaron does have a whole whack load of the touch screens. Those touch screens, they're amazing. Especially the plus screens. Actually, so for the project I'm currently coding for, I'm using plus screens. I'm just swapping out the control boards on them because I need the I/O. Where's the error? Oh, it's this file. Whoops. Oh, wait. I need the stream. Yep, mine is... I think they shipped it. "30 touchscreens. Whoa! You're amassing quite the collection there, Aaron. There we go. Can I do that? Overlook plane. No, it doesn't. Cool. I think that and serial declaration was causing problems, to be honest. But that should... Yeah, I will have to design that at some point. Definitely think it's the better way to go, because no matter the screen, it'd be very easy to integrate it. Just have 5 volts and whatnot right off the header. As long as you put JST connector on something, got Ethernet and PoE, and design it to shove all right into a box. Be golden. Next task. Don't I have to do better error handling when I integrate my own code for this? Because doing while delay is terrible. Oh no, I'm gonna do, on the Ethernet thing, I'm gonna do a JST connector, like what I did with the modular boards. They all have this pigtail for port power control. They have this nice little pigtail on a connector on it. I'm gonna pretty much do the same thing on the Ethernet PoE for the newer screen, so that all you have to do is have the cable, and no matter whatever screen you want to integrate into the system, you just need that connector on a piggyback carrier PCB or whatever, and you'd be able to use it. I tell you, those modular boards are great. Ah, right. Yeah, that 86V is going to be a fun one to play with. Oh, I have no doubt. It's probably the exact same as the current Plus screen, to be honest. The only difference is that it's you get an extra width. So if Moin can make it Oxys compatible, it would essentially give you a 3x3 tile layout instead of a 2x3. It depends. I didn't check to see what PS RAM that screen was using. I think one could make it work. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. They're using the N16R8. Yeah. Should be more than capable of making that a 9x9 display. And for others who might be watching, this is what we're talking about. Aaron wants to use this display with OXRS. The reason being is Aaron is in the UK. The only problem is, in its current setup, you would not be capable of running Ethernet on this. It does not break out enough I/O because it's using it for stuff like an audio chip. So the plan is to remove said audio chip and try and add baud wires so that you can instead run Ethernet on the display. But this display, from what I can tell, it is the same that would be on the Plus, just you get extra width on it. And the added bonus is that it would be sized more appropriately for UK usage. Oh, you tease, Aaron. You tease. Of course you already have something for it. Okay, so this should run that once. Yeah, so let's see here. Really isn't much functionality because I haven't really changed anything. Let's just make sure it builds it. See if I haven't made any weird mistakes. Oh, tried to complain about something. Oh, got the QR. No. Why is it complaining about QR? Oh, does it have old libraries still installed? Build. Oh. Telling it to add the library there. That is the problem. Nope, still complaining about something. What's it complaining about? Let's try deleting PIO and let's reboot VS Code. And reopen. Let that figure itself out. am I missing here? No. Let's recopy this. See if I missed something. Don't think I did. Yeah, it's saying it's not seeing. Essentially, it's not seeing this file. It's not seeing a lot of things. Let's try building it. Let's see what it does. And it's throwing the same error. I have to be missing something. See, shouldn't be finding it. It's not. Weird that it still complains about USB being undefined. its default is ESP32. Let's see. In the normal one, it's getting it from the USB printer driver. It's doing the same thing, complaining about the thermal printer. Must be missing something. Print public. Everything's the same. Why it's complaining is not making any sense. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, I found it. Let's try that. That's the same error I was getting before, and I was thinking I was doing something wrong. I need to figure out why. I think this is like spot, but I was complaining about it before. Yeah, oh, it complains. Hmm. Ah, enjoy, Keith. Once I can actually get the core of this in place that it actually compiles, it should be a matter of just copying things over. And then doing an actual test with an ESP32. I'm gonna have to check that. I was trying to test earlier, trying to see if I could get text to be on one line, but alignment on either side. So you could put like name, then actual name, something, something. But it wasn't really working. And I'm looking now, the max column it had set was 32, so I'm wondering if it was automatically wrapping it for me. And thus, I thought it wasn't working, but it might have actually been working. Just had a wrong parameter. Still complaining. Hey, there we go. Woohoo! That just worked. Let's make sure it actually worked. Upload. Still in something. Well, I think the issue was it wanted this command. Because this is part of the print class command, and we're inheriting it when we're classifying public print. And I think that's why I saw an error earlier and just decided, okay, screw it, I'm gonna copy over all the additional stuff the main needs, this stuff here. As much as I don't want it, it's just gonna have to stick there, I guess. Although I guess I could make a header file and stick this all in it, but I'll leave it. And oh yeah, part of the other reason was because I was noticing things like this. Yeah, I could stick it in the library and call it in a loop, but it's more hassle than it's worth at this point. Maybe I'll play with it later if I get things working, but honestly I don't think I will. I think I'll end up leaving it. I would prefer it be nicely all bundled in one thing, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Because honestly, you could put all this in a header and still have it work. Right, we want to upload. Didn't hear it do anything. Let's try to upload a monitor. Oh, there it goes. Oh yeah, it worked. I just made it print over itself now. Okay. Okay, cool. It's working. So then the only thing that leaves is to start writing all the functions. Thermal write is used publicly. Begin is pretty useless considering I'm not actually doing much with it. Ideally, I'd have it try to communicate, but even then you don't need to because it's checking to see if the printer is ready. Is ready. Ready. Oh, well that's useless. It's getting set nowhere. How does it even know if it's ready? Oh my goodness. It doesn't. Which is one of the functions I actually plan to put in this library because one of the things it's supposed to have is has paper. It doesn't work. Probably because it's got the wrong command set, but yeah. Also love how they're doing bold on and off. Let me move it on screen. Bold off, bold on. Like, just make it bold, and then set it in brackets. Like, really. So things like that are gonna get cleaned up. Really not. No, I'll just add it on here. Is it a void? Yeah, it is a void. Actually, let's do that there. I'm stuck over here. Void. Tab. Tab. Comma. Nope. Comma. Comma. Bold. Google. State. Double height and double width. Honestly, don't expect to use them, but what the heck, I will add them. Double height. Cool. State. What does this guy have to do? Translate. It's fine print. Let's see here. Okay, let's double check. Yes. Let's see if I'm missing something. Don't need that function. Pen to return. Not expecting the change. No, wait. It had a method for changing sizing. Let's see. Cut paper, set clean. Set line space, line feed. I had 2 feed options, I think. They did. What did they do? Feed and feed row. Escape. Where's escape J? Ah. Yeah, print and feed. What was I doing for the fine feed? One B. Okay, what's 1B? 27. Which is escape. D is char 100, capital J is 74. 74, okay. Fine feed it is. Print feed. Actually, I'm just gonna set it as feed, to be honest. The other one is print bitmap. bitmap, print QR code. What else? What does flush do? ACFF. Does it look like a command I need? Set size. So X00. GS exclamation point. Yep. Okay. Command is correct. Justify. Set line space. Set size. Tab. Test page. Underline. The only one missing will be status. What's the best way to set status up? Darn good smoothie. Right, looking through, there's a whole thing here where it, oh, it can get information. Oh no, that's the library version. Margin. Command code, no. Rotation, don't plan on using any of that. La, 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 la. Print rotation. Actually, I'm curious. No, it prints like that. Okay, yeah. Oh, did I put cut paper in here? Yeah, I did. Down here. How does it report printer status? Let's get 8 options. Q and 8T status. That should be all the functions I need. Time to make them. Void. Bold. Status. It's bold, and then what's the next one? Double height. Width. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. With cut paper, which I actually already have done. Oh, double width. Change this function up a little. Let's see here. Root 8T. I wonder if that works. I'm curious if it would. wonder if I can use. Be interested to see if that serial port issue happens when flashing the ESP32. Aha! It worked! It did indeed allow me to cut the paper. Nice. That is good to know. Our first item has been ported over. Cut paper. What's after cut paper? Set clean. Actually, I think I have that one ready. Great. Oh wait, set clean, if I'm not mistaken, is the same thing as this up here. Yep. I really hate the uppercase X on that. Okay, I do not need set clean then. Yeah. Set line space. Let's copy that. Feed. I'm almost expecting that I could change that to uint8. The reason I want to do that is because I will save myself memory by not having an int. QR code I have done, but I'm going to need to change it because right now all I can change is the text, and if you send something really long, it won't work. Because I have it set to a really small version size. Set size. The text size. Yeah, it is. Text size. Tab. Test page. Underline. Oh, I just realized, I think I forgot one. Where is it? Inversion. I think that's the one. Inversion does this cool thing here, where it's the text is white but the background is black. I actually plan to use it for something. At least I think it'll look nice being inverted. Right. Text. Yes. Yep. Oh, it is. Yes. Thank you. Although, would have figured that soon enough. Although it's supposed to be cool. Okay, let's see if I can add these items. Make sure the commands are correct. Bold, 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 bold. Escape E69. Set bold print mode to 2.5. Here. Bold. Okay, so should be X1B. It's 27. That's 105. Which is wrong. 69. Number 2 hex. 69. 4, 5. Yep, escape E, and then your last digit is your mode. Actually, I think get away with doing this. Probably. There's a website that I use, rapidtables.com. It's the most common one that I use. Can I do height? No. Oh. Can I do status on its own? Ah, okay, cool. Obviously, once I have all these in, I'll do a test page. Actually, what I want to do as a test page is I want to do one of the functions is test page, which should print what do you call it? The printer's own test page. So I want to do that, and then I want to create my own test page, and in between them I'm going to do the half cut, because I haven't really tested half cut, just to see how it does it, and then go from there. Curious what it does. I have a feeling the way the blades are, because I'll notice on the end of the page, right in the center of a page, is a small like tear. I have a feeling the blades come down like this. I think it's two blades actuating like this. So what I think it does is it will come down part way, and it will leave two tabs right at the edge of the page. I know some printers leave the tab just on the one end, but I think this one will do it on both ends. So I'm keen to see how this one does its cutting. Next one. Double height. Oh my. Oh, the double height stuff is doing a whole whack of stuff. I'm gonna remove those. One of the options. No, there's a better way of doing it. Oh, you could do it with line spacing. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. I'm gonna not use double height. Or do I? Do I actually need double height? Double height. Oh, double height is the text. Ah. I almost want to say yes. Do double height with inversion with bold text. Might get me what I want. Okay, how's it doing this? Double height mask. It's part of this function, if I'm not mistaken. No, this one. Set double width. Set double height. Just, yeah. Escape that. Escape minus, and then N is your on or off. Oh yeah, so this document is natively in Chinese, but they sent it to me when they translated it through Google. So that's why the formatting looks so crap on it too. Oh, neat. You can do multiple dots thickness. That's cool. Which means bool, not possible. UNT 8T. Oh, set underlined. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put that stuff in. Okay, that should give me double height and double width. Can you hear that? Because I know I can feel something. I'm wondering, like, I know this house I can particularly feel most things, but I think someone's being aggressive in the kitchen. Let me just pause for a second, put my hearing aids in and check something. Yeah, just someone being a little aggressive in the kitchen. I wonder why things don't last. Not nice to things. Sucks though. A lot of people don't really pay much attention to how much new cabinetry or new doors or new hinges or whatever costs, and yeah, someone either grabbing or putting away plates and stuff. Takes very minimal effort to treat things with a little bit of respect. Granted, I know right now, at least was, our sink is absolutely full of dishes because people seem to refuse to wash their dishes when they make them. And then eventually a staff member or myself puts it all in the dishwasher, and then 2 days later there's a whole mountain of dishes again. Because one person adds it, another person adds it, and nobody wants to accept responsibility for it. Yeah. At some point it almost goes beyond that. It's just pure negligence. Because what'll end up happening is if somebody gets in trouble for something totally unrelated, they'll bring up, oh, this isn't getting done, or that doesn't get done. It's like, yeah, you're living somewhere very, very cheaply and being offered amazing supports to get on your feet and not be homeless. And you're choosing to squander the opportunity or blame things on other people or whatever, however you want to phrase it. What's the saying? You can bring a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. No. The whole purpose of the house is to help people not be homeless. So, relatively speaking, it's fairly relaxed. But obviously that has its limitations. And I know for some people, from my conversations with staff, there are people that might be pushing their limits. Yeah, definitely. I totally agree. Granted, I am older and I've been around the block, but even still, I understand the action and consequences for things. I wonder if this needs to be 250 or if it needs to be... I'm gonna leave. It worked before without having to change it. You know what? I'm gonna leave it in. There was somewhere else that I did that. This one I could change as well. There's another one ported over. That was a quick one to add. Helps when I've already formatted it all. Control F. 1B. The other commands. That command does not work. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Justify. Seven. 27. 97. 61. One to be 61. Set a limit. 0, 1, 2. Char probably uses up more space, doesn't it? One byte. Huh. It'd be the same. Huh. Interesting. Okay, then I'll leave it. Okay, so put that there. Bitmap. Next, we need let's see, set text size. got to be one of the easiest ones here. Honestly, probably should just put in this one in code when you're sending a string, but I'll add it anyways. That one I have to port over from the original software development. This one here. Let's see here. Or do I have to port it from here? Which one? Test page. This one I want to add. Have to look at that one too. Let's see here. Must be this one. Status. Barcode stuff. Yada yada yada. Da 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 da. Self-check. 1D28. Oh no, it's not in here. Okay. Where did I see it though? Is it in here? I think I saw it in here. I don't think it was. Yeah. Either way, I know what it needs, so. Let's copy over the commands. that should print the, I'm hoping, internal test page. Underline. It should work the same as bold. Ah. So it does indeed give you more than one option. Good thing I double checked that, otherwise I would have set it to only do the two options. And I have a feeling I might use bold underline for something. I think the main way I expect the receipt to be is logo at the top. Then I'm going to write the build, which is the name of the project. But I'm thinking I'm going to try and set I'm thinking either I'm going to use the large font or the double height. Kind of like the look of the large font, to be honest. Although I like the difference of double height. And I want something that kind of stands out. So I'm thinking double height, but with the inversion on. Let's try it up to this camera. I'm thinking I would do the logo at the top, center the name of the project, but do it in double height with the inversion, assuming it lets me do that. And then it would go back to the left. Typically you have the donor name, so I would write name, and then the next line I would actually indent tab and then write the donor name, and then the web portal that they enter their information in, whatever information they add, it would add the rest of it. Name is pretty much the only thing required. Once all that information's in, and the reason for printing that information is just as an extra backup in case the QR code fails. Then it would print the QR code, and then we just cut it off, and that would be the receipt. Thinking that's what makes the best sense in terms of formatting. Oh, and underneath the QR code, I want to add I want to write the long form of build, because build is an acronym for the project. Dodgy! I saw you were active on Discord earlier. I'm surprised you didn't join earlier. Yes, so date and time is encoded in the QR code, so I can add that in the normal data section as well. So there's two websites I'm building. One would potentially sit on the nonprofit's website, and that one would allow a donor to pre-fill information ahead of time, and that because there are some donors that when they're making a donation they pre-fill out a sheet we have, but rather than giving them the Word document to print off and fill out, send them to the website. Yeah, no worries, Dodgy. If they use that website, once they go to print, I've set the website to automatically format when you go to print, and it would add the QR codes needed. Now that one would not include a date, and the reason being is the date the system will want is actually the drop-off date. So the only one that would create the date would be the system that's using the printer. And the website is, I've already coded the website for it. It automatically adds the date. Now that website does need a few changes. One of the main changes that website needs is, originally I was going to use the QR code V code format, which is basically a string. It requires extra overhead to try and post the string. So, and I'm already using other QR codes that will be JSON based, so I might as well just make the QR code JSON, because it means it's easier for everything to process it. And I have no need for a phone to be able to scan things and look at stuff. And it would actually make it not entirely secure, but it makes it slightly more secure for the donor information, because if somebody walks by a receipt with a QR code that's in V-code format, it'd be very easy to scan it with your phone and add that person's contact information. Now granted, everyone that would have access to that, the ability to see that receipt at the agency, has already signed all the non-disclosure stuff, so if you're scanning that into your phone and you go contacting someone, that's a big no-no. But if you make it just a little bit harder, don't see why not. And it makes it easier for me to program because it's JSON, and I've already done the coding and the testing for it. It went from using 166 lines of code. 166 lines of code. That's without all the error handling in place for handling one QR code in V-code format, to using 105 lines of code to handle all three QR codes that my system will have, and all the air handling, and it uses less memory. So, it's a no-brainer to make things easier for myself. Inverse. Off. On. Sets. Text. Inverse. Colors. Text. Does thermal paper come in different colors? I wonder if you can get thermal paper in different colors. Holy crap, you can. Huh. I feel it'd be kind of cool for Christmas time. You use different colors. Yeah, you can get it in different colors. Ooh. Want to go bright fluorescent yellow? Yes, you can set the air correction. I have no idea. My plan was just to keep it on low. I don't really feel like I'm gonna need to change it. Be tempted to use the sticker labels for the ones that go on boxes. The hard part though is knowing which printer to put the labels in. Unless you, wow, this thing's kind of big. You should double stack them, or make them double wide. And you build the ESP to know normal papers in one and stickers are in the other. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought I already said what the purpose of the printer is. It's for the inventory system I'm working on. No, so these labels, so what I'd have to do a lot of tests, but ideally I set it up so that it's cutting in the middle where there is no paper. Versus this type, which is a continuous label sticker, because then, yeah, you'd really get it stuck. Because if you're only printing one or two off at a time with a regular printer, that's going to kind of suck because you're more likely to rip it wrong. Whereas with the auto cutter, if you get it right in the lines, you'd be golden. But I'll stick to using the paper for now, and we always have masking tape lying around, so it's not hard to just stick it onto something. The only thing I'd have to test is that the scanner doesn't mind tape being over it, with reflectivity and whatnot. But interesting to see that you can get thermal paper in different colors. Kinda, not a bad price. Oh, oh, the cheating buggers! It's $2.99, but it's $33 shipping. Of course. Is that thermal paper? That doesn't look like thermal paper. Thermal ribbon? Okay. Oh. Weird. Oh, that was a nice squirrel hunt. Yeah. Most of my live streaming this year, Dodgy, is going to be around the project that I'm working on. Building custom inventory system. I'm posting a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff on my Discord as well. Right. I wanted to check the commands. 2769. That one doesn't show up. But I know it works. Where is it? Do I have the wrong command? Inverse. Yeah, 66. That's 42. I could have sworn. Oh no. I need to double check that one. Underline. Minus. What is minus in AS? 1B2D. Ah. That's wrong. 45. Ah, there we go. Ah. What? Oh, that's backwards. 42 is what this should be. 1B42. No? What? Inverse? Weird. Reverse print mode? 2.6? Reverse printing. 4.2. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, it didn't have the ASCII code in front of it. Weird. Oh, it's a GS code. What's GS supposed to be? Nice. So part of the problem is, yes, you could do that, but we go through boxes and bins and move them around all the time and upsize the box or change the box, so you'd have to constantly move them around. The other part of the problem is I'm trying to design the system to be modular in a way, so that you could easily edit a config file and give it more options and whatnot, but also to make it easier if another agency wants the system, which I know of at least one agency that's interested to see how the project progresses. So I'd like to make it easy to just auto-generate things whenever you need them. GS. Not 2.9. ABCD 1D. Aha! Remembering my hex codes. Oh nope, that was the wrong one. This should be 1D. B66. What? That would be 29, 29, 66. Haha, enable voice printing. Two 966. Ah, yeah, 1D. Should have been over here. 1D42 2966. 2966 and the byte of state. Okay, that's that one. And double height. Thought I already added that one. I think I added it up here. Double width, double height, yep, okay. So the only one that should be left is the QR code, which I have it working, but I have to make some changes. Print QR code, yep. Actually, remove both. Fun one will be adding status. Have to port that one over from the software development package. And that. Don't need data. don't want the centering command. Is that right? Where's the center? Justify. 1B61. I want to try running it without it. Because you could... Oh, this does a reset though. Let's clear that. You can call reset in code, so... Right. QR version. So the option is 1 to 40. Let's put some error handling in. There we go. At 8T QR version. QR version is greater than 40. Does it let you do that? Oh, it does. Actually, I only need to do it the once. I for brackets. And then byte version. There we go. See you later, Dodgy. Thanks for taking a peek. Oh my goodness. Error correcting. I don't plan on changing that, so I'm going to leave that alone. QR width. Let's check the docs here. I might just leave that as is. There we go. Nope, that's one. Oh, that's why I missed it. So I was having so much trouble trying to get the QR to print last week. So I'm starting to realize the pattern in the document where it's shifted some of the, because it's translated through Google from Chinese, it's shifted some of the stuff. So what I was missing was this 13. Yeah, it's because it should be sitting here, like 19 is sitting here, which really it should be sitting next to all these numbers, so unless you start to notice the pattern, you're kind of screwed, but 13 was the number I was missing. Yeah. So close. Thank goodness the manufacturer, wow, they were quick, like, took a couple hours of back and forth, like, absolutely amazing. But 03 command is the QR width. Range is 1 to 9. Yeah, let's make it a custom thing. QR width. greater than 9. That doesn't make sense. 04. Content setting of QR. Okay. So this one would set how you send the data, and I know how to get this one to work, but I also know how to get this one to work, and I know it works, so I'm going to stick with doing that. Set QR data. Actually, let's make this nicer. I hover for command 2. Ah, it does. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that can run its thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, this is gonna complain. String length. I already know I'm gonna get a compiler warning of that. And then I want data. And the reason for the +1 is because you have to terminate the string with 0, 0. Granted, I really could just do, to save me from initializing another int, let's just do this. str string length +1, and I'm going to encase it in brackets, and I can remove that. Don't need those. That should be all that's needed to make a custom QR code. Woohoo! 0 to 40. What do we name this? Well, that should be everything. So the only thing left should be the status. That's gonna be a fun one. Zero 4. Real-time status transfer. Transmit offline status, transmit air status. Wallpaper status, external sensory. External sensor query status. So get status. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, a fun one. No, gosh, I wouldn't use swear words. Well, I try not to, especially streaming. But even in general life, I'm not one for swearing very much. But translate. Get printer status. 0 is normal. 1 is the printer is not connected or powered on. 2, the printer and the column library do not match. 3, the printhead is open. 4, the printer is not reset. The printhead is overheated. 6, black market error. 7, the printer is exhausted. 8, the printer is almost exhausted. Paper is exhausted. Oh my gosh. Should give it a break, I guess. Some things just don't translate. How is it? Let's see. This library has a function that it does read. So let's see how it reads. Okay. GS. Curious if that, I don't think it does. Control F. It's 29114. 29114. Transfer status. Ah. Oh no, paper status. Paper near end sensor. Hmm. It does work. DLEUT. (10)4N. Menu status, offline status, air status. Weird that it gives a range of 1 to 4, but the range is actually 1 to 5. World. So, check status. Check status 1. That's a really nice one. Printer is ready. Printer is offline. Printer called unmatched library. Printer head is open. Cutter is not reset. Printer head temp is abnormal. Printer does not detect background paper out. Paper low. Okay. I really dislike that all this status information is all over the place. So I have to keep scrolling in the document on my other monitor here, trying to find all the information I need. So, I think the best thing is I'm going to copy this over. if I do this one and check status. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do some translating. So this is what I'm looking at. Might as well show it. Let's translate. Judging printer is nearly out of paper. What's this one? Cutter print head temperature. Print head is open. Disconnected. Check status 1. Connection. Open printer. 6. Print temperature. What's this one? Nearly out of paper. Then you have this one. Five is paper jam, 6 is paper container, or paper jam, 7 paper jam, 7 paper pull, 7 paper exit sensor. Okay. Let's see here. What's this say? Container air. Paper jam. Paper jam. Pull paper. Paper exit sensor. And then further down it does a thing where it looks at all the return numbers. Printer is ready, printer is offline, printer called unmatched library, printer head open, cutter is not reset, print head temp is abnormal, printer does not detect black mark, paper out, paper low. Trying to think what's the easiest way to do this. I think the easiest way is going to be one status thing, but I'm going to make it call each of these functions, and with each of these functions I'll use it kind of needs some sort of a timeout. Does it have a timeout for it? Oh, you jokester. Oh, that's funny. Status. transmit printer status. Okay, let's try with at least one function first. I'm going to int 8t status and that there. The reason I don't need that there is I can just hover over this and it shows me stuff. Oh, and the reason it's doing that is because all these are sitting one on top of each other. The easiest way to fix that is to do this. Use that form of commenting and it fixes it. Watch. That the comments actually match what they're supposed to. And then I go over it. And it only shows the one comment. So I know exactly what it's doing with each command. Right. So we're sending 10 04 01 0x01. Yeah, I already fixed that one. I saw that one. No worries. Actually, let's do this. And then what is it? Bytes and status. Yes, it is. Man, that's a heck of a delay. Delay 100? Ooh. Now, get status 1. And then check status 1. What the heck does that mean? Yeah, no worries, Aaron. Bit on off. And Zurich 16. I wonder if that translates. Status. Now see, status 1 seems like... One I really think I'm going to end up needing is n equals 4. So let's try and set up that. Because that'll tell me if I'm on the right track, if I can remove the paper and it actually complains about it. let's see. Status 4, 7, 8. That's what I'm gonna want. Doing this right. Get status 4. 0, 10, 0, 4. Okay. So what I should be able to do is in my main loop, I'm gonna do a print, but instead, if millis bracket minus prev millis greater than, let's say, check it every millisecond, or 1 second, I mean. Prev millis equals millis, and I need to clear the previous. Unsigned one prev millis. So examples, basics, without delay. Okay. Selling me. Okay. Printer dot int 8t status equals printer dot status. Serial dot print line status. Serial print main. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna get around to testing the ESP32 tonight. Man, these things always take so long. So that works, and what's the string output? Actually, I could do it like this. This would be an interesting test to see how things are actually working. Because theoretically it should. No, okay. Let's see if that works. Let's see. Height. Double height. Is right here. Let's see. How is it setting status? Double height. Oh, it's supposed to be state. That should be state as well. State. Double height, double width, state, state. Let's try building. Yep. Upload. Oh. Upload a monitor. Let's see what it says. Is it crashing or is it doing something silly? I think it's crashing. Oh yeah, it set off an error. Solid light. Paper new end. Printer is ready. It's doing printers ready. I think it's running too fast. Let's try doing that. And let's make the delay a little longer. So it's yeah, so I was running this. So I was running. Just printing out the wrong thing. Really hope it doesn't have this COM port issue when I switch over to the ESP32. Trying to set things up for OTA, but we'll see. Printer's ready. It's weird that it's turning on the light though. Still thinks the printer is ready. Printer status. Case 0. No, it still thinks the printer is ready. Status 4. So 7 and 8. Paper out and paper low. I'm curious what status is. Print line bracket status equals bracket print line status comma hex. And let's do this as a regular. So print. I'm just gonna have it return 0, and I'm gonna turn off that. And let's move this up. So save. find it weird that it's turning on the light on the printer, even though I'm just trying to ask it what its status is. So I'm wondering if something's going wrong, or if I have to clear something after I ask it information. No. Wonder if it has to be asked in a certain order. Do you have to ask it in order? Or, okay, let's try 01. Let's see what that gets us. Oh, it's actually gonna flash. What do you know? No, it still thinks status is normal. That is weird. There's something wrong. Well, let's try that. There's definitely something wrong with how I'm reading. See, it goes by bits. Let's Google this. Byte status. Let's see what this does. I'm trusting that the actual printer functions are working, but I need status to work, because, well, no point in printing something if the printer doesn't work. So I need to be able to know if the printer is working or not. X10, yeah. Oh, this would have been a helpful shout. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. GS is 0x1D. Huh. Who would have thought? Oh, that's interesting. But something is wrong here. Byte status. So, how do I read this? Each status is 1 byte of data. Upload a monitor. Should only send 1 byte data back. See, I'd be expecting something. Switch to the 04. paper end, I think, is what's triggered. But you can't get anything back from this printer. Weird. Int byte -1, read remaining, read bytes, read buffer, size of read buffer, read remaining, return byte. Yeah. Let's try serial print line. Let's see if I'm actually getting data back, or if this is going too fast that I'm not actually able to read the data. Which might have been why the light wasn't working properly the last time. Because it was causing something to go wrong when it can't read the data. Yep, there is the issue. I'm not reading the data. Let's try switching this to an if. Nope. Oh, not reading data. Okay. There's definitely something wrong with this. Oh. Let's see. If I add this delay in, what happens? No. So why am I not reading data? Does a larger delay help? I feel like it's not going to, but let's try. Nope. Let's try this. No, it's gonna complain about it because it would essentially get stuck waiting. Actually, worse, it's I'm gonna run it anyways. Let's see what happens. Not getting anything back. So I need to figure out why I can't read anything. So what does this do? Read, encode, writes to int, writes to hex, good encoding. So read buffer. Available read peak. The heck is peak? Try and read remaining. And check here. Streamers from the printer. Serial print. Available equals 0. Nothing. Wonder if that's what I want to use. Read bytes. Let's see what happens if I try. Right. It's sending the data. Receive data is used where? Read bytes. Is that the only spot? Ah. So that is what I'm going to want to do. Okay. feeling doing the stream read isn't gonna work. From stream in the buffer terminates if length characters are read or timeout. Oh. Weird. There has to be a better method. Release. Using right. Why can't I read? Has to be a library limitation somewhere. Examples. Another examples of reading. USB host. Example to read. USB description. All the scripters. Stream.root. The issue is I'm not reading. Why not? Should be trying to send data back. Let's try that. Let's see if it does anything. Haha. That worked. Status is 72. Let's see. So, based on that, let's see what happens when I do this. Huh, paper out. It is reporting properly. Okay, let's put the paper back in. Still keeping the light on. Status is 12. See, it still thinks things are ready. Can I tell it to reset? Oh, clear buffer. Can I tell it to do that? And will that tell this light to fix itself? Status 12. Well, let's have it do status 1. Let's see what that reports back. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Right, I need that. Still doing that weird thing where it keeps the light on. But when it does that, it stops looking at the sensor. That is weird. It still thinks the printer is ready. There's something wrong. Because if I open that and I turn it off, turn it on, see it's throwing the error 1E now. So it definitely knows there's something wrong. Goes back to 16. So printer head is open. So which one throws 3? And the wrong one. Get status. Status 1, 2, check status. 16 is printer ready for well, it's not listed as an option. Interesting. Check status 2. Curious if this does actually send back the error. And if not, let's set up number 2. That was status 2, right? Yeah. Okay. Few steps forward, a few steps back. But I'm getting somewhere at least. Printer head is open. Oh no, it says print head is open. No, it's not. Now it's open. Print head is open. Still throws that error. Interesting. What does this say? Connection error. Curious how long the printer would have to sit before it clears itself. Or if it does require an actual reset. It really shouldn't. It should be... I'd really expect it to not do that. Pardon me. Oh. I tried to reach the mute button. It's your communication, but it will not restart the Arduino. Oh man. It's not detecting it. If I reset it, it detects it. And if I close it, it goes back to normal. So, there's definitely something wrong with how I'm doing it. Let's see. Status and 1 byte of data. Okay. The printer is offline, receive buffer is full, and air condition command won't be. I feel like there needs to be a way. I wonder if I sent that. Fix it? B40. I think that's what I'm sending. And the clear buffer. 1B40. There's definitely something wrong with reading. Read remaining equals 0, read bytes. Return received. So status. And 16 is the correct thing it wants to see. And voice mode, that is. Release. It's the only thing I could think of. Does that work? Nope. What I think I need to do is... Actually, I think I only need to send it once. Add a declaration. USB printer, and then USB printer. And then I take this and I go over to here. S. USB printer. Oh. P. Equals P. Hoping come down Release. What? Of course it does. USB printer. Public. Ah. Release. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Did I do the status one? Oh, I did that on status one. Let's try it on one that's actually operational. Status 2. Let's put it there. Go to monitor. Yeah, it's still doing it. How long does it take before it decides to not do it? Or is it indefinite? Oh, that stopped communicating. So that didn't work. That's weird though. That essentially runs it once. And it's not picking up a new thing. And picks it up and goes back. Weird. Would soft reset work? Because now it's just losing its connection. Like, things still work, but I'm not getting a continuous read anymore. Something. Upload monitor. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's locked again. So if I drop that down. And now it's not monitoring itself. So release doesn't work. Software, well, release partially works, but then it doesn't reconnect. Stream read. What about flushing? Let's try that. Need to stop that light from staying on. Well, it's not full on, but it stops the printer from actively monitoring itself. And during reset, resets the whole USB, and thus you'd have to unplug and replug it in before it recognizes that USB is in. Oh. So it keeps pulling, but weird. wonder if I need to monitor them all. Now, is it a read problem or is it a... Trying to understand if it's a stream read or if it's something else. No. So it's a command problem, I think. Let's try setting all 5 commands and see if it gives up. 0, 1. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 2, 3, 5. This 5, I think. Let's try up to 4. If I tell it to send all those commands. No. Still holding it. Okay. And let's try doing that first. And then the next is a few other commands. See if it can release. No. Nope. Might have to email the company about this one. If I send clear buffer, does that work? do a clear buffer. See if that works, and then the next thing I'll do is feed one. See if that does anything. Shouldn't have to feed the motor for it to. No, it's not doing it. What happens if I do that? It's not trying to feed the printer. Definitely, what was that? Oh, I didn't even notice it was making noise every time. I thought there was a problem. Whatever it's doing is wrong, and that's causing a glitch. I think it's some sort of a power glitch. Why though? 1004 N. Yeah. It's not liking that. It's trying to do something with the cutter and I don't know why. Transfer status. Printer idle. Paper is full, paper near end. PL. Yeah. I'm gonna have to email the company. That is weird that it's doing that. Good status. So check status. These are all the ones that it goes through. But what does it send? Send. So it sends it as one large chunk. If I try that, I wonder how it would react. Byte B send 12. Let's send that. Wish I had taken my headphones off sooner. I could have heard it going click, click, click all the darn time. It's weird that it's doing that though. Shouldn't be having a random power spike like that. Only other option would be to bypass the various sensors and have my ESP monitor it directly. Oh, it's doing it again. What are the other options? Let's try this. Transfer status. T. So X04. End of transmission character. Pepper near and purposeful. Well, let's try it. So, 1D 7201. Let's see if that what that does. Oh, something failed. I might have accidentally touched something with the USB jack and shorted it. Oh, nope, we recovered. That's a good sign. Oh, it's doing it there too. Did I break something? Let's... Instead of trying to read this, let's... Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I'm sending this over and over again. If run once 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 equals true. Will run once plus I wonder if that's part of the problem. It blinked and it stopped. Blinked and it stopped. So that's a good sign. Okay. Well, I let it continue. I open. Good status. Awesome. Okay. So let's try. String read. And then so should be able to do that. Upload a monitor. Let's see if this works. So the problem was I was calling begin constantly, even though I'm only checking the status every so often. And it will probably blink every time I ask it for the status. Oh, that's fine. Doesn't seem to be blinking or anything. Printer head is open. What do you know? That works. That is pretty darn good. Now it is keeping that blue light on. Why? That's pin 13. What's pin 13 on an Arduino Uno? Uno. Let's just grab an image. Open image, new tab. Pin 13 is the clock. Because we're reading. Okay, then that should be kind of normal. Well, actually, easiest way to know would be to have it run once. What does it do if I stop it? Printed. Let's see what it does then. But I'm making progress now. Very good progress, to be honest. The printer is ready. It's still got the blue light on. If I do a test print without that, what happens? I'm just making sure that the blue light is normal because I don't recall seeing it before. If it's always running, then it's always running, I think. Although it might be part of this serial comms issue. But if there is a serial comm issue, I should see it when doing the ESP32 as well. And I'll look at fixing that. So when, yeah, okay, the light's staying on, so it's continuing its thing. Okay, then I'll leave it, and I'll go about making sure status works properly. So the trick now is go over here. Don't need any of that. Actually won't need the declaration stuff anymore either. Okay, let's go back down. And status. Turn all that off. So, what I'm gonna... let's finish doing all the information stuff. And status 1. Don't need that there. Status 2. Status 3. And the thing here, I don't see anything that tells you what status 5 would be. So, oh no, it says status 5. Does it return anything? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll do status 5 then. That there. Status 5. So this needs to change. Status 4 is fine. Status 1 is fine. And so status 1 is fine. Status 2. And then status 2. Status 2. So wait, status 1 is X16. Status 2 is X4. Status 3. And then status 4 has 2, X60, 0, XOC, and then status 5 has a whole bunch. And I'm probably going to change all these numbers to defines so that you can easily know what the status is. So all the printer is ready. I will probably make defines for them so that it's easier to separate them. So that, and actually I don't want that to run just once. Yeah, let's check that off. And this way it should keep running its status check, but it will only start up the printer once. And thus I won't see that issue. Wish I had thought of that sooner. Spent so much time trying to track that down. Oh my goodness. And what it was doing was just spamming it with that connection request. And right. Now the next thing to do is in this function, what I want to do is int 8t status equals 0. Status equals status 1 if status so what it should do is if I get a 0 back, then I want it to check the next status. And so on and so forth. Status 2. Status 3. Status 4. Status 5. And then return status. So it should go through and try and check the status and then update itself accordingly. Fingers crossed that works. Upload and upload a monitor. Nope. Another 7-hour live stream. My goodness. Status 16, 16, 12. Paper out. Paper low. Printer does not detect black mark. Interesting. Printer head temp is abnormal. What? Paper out. Why? Why does it think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Paper out. turn these off. I think it's status 5 throwing some wacky stuff, to be honest. Two, three, and find out what status is. But let's not do it in hex this time. Status 1, status 2, status 3, status 4. Let's see what that gives me. Yeah, there we go. Printer head is opened. If I remove the paper and close it, it should say that temp is abnormal. That is a weird one. Weird that it sees print head temp as abnormal. It's weird that it's keeping the print head warm. Is there something to do? Temp is at normal. 6 and 5. What does 6 and 5? Don't need these. 4, 5, and 6 is status 3. 4, 5, and 6. if I tell it to not do status 3, curious. Yeah, so this doesn't show an LED option for cutter error. Does have abnormal voltage offline. So sensor exit isn't connected, sensor prevent jam, paper end, print head open. So I don't think status 3 will report correctly, to be honest. So I think I should ignore it. Out. If I reconnect the paper. I'm not taking in the paper. Why not? Printer head is open. Close. There we go. Took it that time. Printer is ready. And if I do that, oh, it doesn't show the jam. Weird. Which status would show a jam? None. Okay. Yeah. So, I can get the status out of this, which is good. Which leaves me... I'm going to make one more function, which is full diagnostics, and I'll have it tell me all that stuff as a printout. So what's the best way to have it do a full diagnostics? Full and what I want it to do, status 6. So status 0.2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. In this way, if you're using the device but it's still giving you an error, I could put a menu option on the screen to run full diagnostics and see what it spits out. But in normal usage, I would use status just to put like an icon being like, hey, there's an issue, or pop up saying paper out. Status. Full diagnostic. Save. There we go. Now the only thing left to do is change the returns to something that actually gives me some data. And then the only thing left to do is to print off example sheet. Printer is ready. Right. Don't need that anymore. Hashtag define ready printer 0. Next option. Actually, let's make things a little easier for myself. Define offline printer 1. Define library printer 2. Define head printer 3. Hashtag define cutter printer 4. Hashtag define head temp printer 5. Hashtag define clockwork printer 6. Paper 7. Hashtag, no, hashtag paper low 8. Oh. Okay, let's fix these. Printer is ready. Printer is offline. Wrong. Printer library. Printer head temp abnormal. Printer cutter error. Wait, no, I think I made a mistake. Oh, 3 is printer head open. Printer head temp is this one. Head open. Black rock not found. Okay. Printer is ready. 0. So we'll go back to here. Let's check status. Status 1. Return 0, 2 is wrong printer library. Well, that's a pretty useless thing to be reading then. Printer head. Oh, no. Next one. Return 0. Is ready. Printer is ready. Printer is ready. Printer is ready. And 8. Paper low. 7. Paper out. 6, 5, and 4. 7, 8. 6. 5. 4. And what's next? 3. 4. Does status 2 only give you just that? Mechanical air. Oh, that's status 3. Status 2. It's hard to tell what 0x4, 0x8, 0x16. Oh. That's done. Which leaves making the test sheets. So test print. So for test print, I want to printer dot test out printer dot test page printer dot cut paper 1. I'm hoping test page isn't pre-programmed to cut the paper, and I think it is, to be honest. And then I want to do my own test, which I need a bitmap for. Let's see here, downloads. LCD Assistant. So the LCD Assistant is this neat tool here. Let's open that. Let's open Paint. And open the logo and adjust it. Because right now I think it's like 300 by 300, so it's a large logo. Resize pixels. Ideally, I think from what I've been looking at in the code that ideally you keep it in bytes of 8, so whatever size it is, you'd want it divisible by 8. Let's see. Let's try 136. Let's make a few alterations. Doesn't look too bad with a resize. Save as JPEG. Chrome. horizontal. 136 by 136. And wow, load image. Let's see how that turns out. There we go. And we can open up this and put in a turn these off to save space. The definition that I want. Paper low. Neat. So the next page, let's do printer.feed1 and then the logo. So I have to compare what I did over the old code. Just make sure I do this right. Print bitmap 136 by 136. It is in program mem and it should be built logo. Oh, I haven't told it that it exists. There we go. Okay. I'm going to make that lowercase. So we're going to print the bitmap, and then what I want to do is feed a line. Actually, I want to center the bitmap. printer.justify center print the bitmap printer.feed 1, and then I want printer.inverse one, and then printer dot double height 1, then printer dot bold 1, printer dot print line build, and then I want to reset everything back to normal. Printer dot so then you got justify inverse double height. Set that to left 0, 0, 0, and then I'm gonna do text in different heights. Actually, let's run a test of the justifying. And then I want let's run this bold 1, bold 0, underline 1, and then underline 2. And then turn it back off. Let's do text size. Text size. Did I put line height in? Not sure if I did. I did. Oh, line space. Let's check. Line space 1xb 33. Line height, and the old one does 2751. 2751. Okay. So line space. Now line space 30. What else do I need to do as a test? Oh, QR code. That the only other function I'm missing? I do the bitmap. Yeah, okay. Printer dot print QR code bracket. Need the version, so let's try version 5. I've tried 1 before, so was it 1 or did I set it to 3? I think it was 1 that I set it to. QR width. So let's stick with 6 because I used that before, and then the text. Hello. And then, oh, I'm gonna justify that center, to be honest. So let's remove that, and then printer.feed to off. Actually, I think the test page is going to do a full cut, to be honest. So instead, right before the QR code, I'm going to do a paper cut. Just save. Let's do that. Oh, I want to do printer.clear buffer as well before doing the QR code, because the manufacturer had done that in their examples, just to cover myself. Printer feed, and then full cut. Let's do a build and see if it throws me any errors. Success, okay. That's a good start. And upload. Wow. Almost 8 hours of streaming. Oh my goodness. Yeah, as I suspected, the print test page did indeed do a full cut, and interestingly enough, it shows the communication being through USB, which is pretty cool. So it knows things are working. And then my next one. Oh, it did that very weirdly, which is kind of good to know. So it did not have enough space for, so what I would want to do is make sure that I'm leaving space and it did not justify that QR code in the correct position. So I did clear buffer. So clear buffer does indeed reset things. So what I need to do is clear buffer, set it to center. Need to feed way more. And because we're cutting, I'm gonna need to feed for a cut. And then, but it's interesting that the spot that it keeps together for the half cut is right in the middle, so it must have a weird like final edge on the blade, because it leaves a weird cut when it does a full cut. It leaves a little bit of a rip right where that essentially connection would have been. It's not bad, it's barely noticeable, and it won't affect usage in my case. Interestingly enough, I can in fact do what I want with the build, which is pretty cool. I'm definitely going to pad that a bit so that it has black on both sides. Yep, it's working. I even got the status, which took me a while. Oh my gosh. I finally got the printer status working. I was trying to read it and it wasn't working right. What the issue ended up being is part of the startup routine is it resets things by calling printer.begin. And I have it down here where every 3 seconds it would check the printer status. Well, it was continuously running printer.begin, so it was causing a lot of issues, which is why now it's encased in a thing that only lets it run once. So that's something I'll have to remember when I make my actual firmware, is that I have to make sure I'm not continuously calling printer.begin. Right now I'm working on the test pages. It did print, so one of the functions was to print a test page, which it did in fact print the internal test page, and then I'm working on a custom test page to test all the functions I've transferred over from the library, just to make sure they all work properly. I'm realizing it's doing bold text when I didn't want it to, so let's turn that off. Oh, it does, yeah. Just the only problem is it cut it off. I gotta fix the formatting. And it did the cut in the wrong place too, so I gotta give space. No, the QR code will be through the mechanism because I need the QR code to be dynamic. I need to be able to tell it what to encode in a QR string. And I did find like a bitmap library to play around with, but it was being a pain. It's much easier to just send the string to the thing. I'm doing it here, sending hello world, setting it to QR version 5. 6 is the width. It allows 1 to 9. No idea what it really sets, so I'll have to play around with it at some point. Put a feed, yeah. Okay, cut the paper. I don't want it to do that. That's why I printed that silly thing. for the test page. Don't need that anymore. I'm gonna add this to the bottom. Finished. Test print. And I'm gonna turn this off because I don't really need to print that again, knowing that it works. Print the logo, do the text, do the justification. Indeed a good way. It's nice to finally get another thing off my checklist. The next thing will be probably the battery boards. I don't know. I know I need to start doing some 3D modeling. But I know it's gonna kind of take a little while, and yeah, I'd be tempted to get at least the battery boards done, cause just thinking about it, part of the problem is I can design the control boards for the scanners, but then the only thing missing is the ability to control the batteries, and I plan for the battery board to be its own separate thing. So right now in my testing for battery boards, everything's its own board. So you have a board like this, which can hold the cell holder. So on the scanner, I'm actually going to do a 2 cells in series. So it will be a much smaller circuit board, but the plan is to do it double-sided. These are really easy to hand solder, so I'll do them on the one side, and then the other side I can do all my surface mount parts. No, the printer is plug-in. There's not going to be a battery for the printer. The printer will always be plugged in. So all the surface mount parts will end up on the back, and then the only connections you'll need is the terminal for power, and then the I2C connection for stats, because it gives you power information and everything. The annoying part is I was trying to figure out how to get the battery management board to work as one of the... There's 2 boards I need to work. One is the charger, and the other one is the battery. Only and the BMS. Those 2 boards. Yes, the scanners will be handheld barcode scanners. Just custom, and they'll have screens on them, and RFID readers that match the staff ID tags, and that way when you want something from inventory, you type your tag and it knows who's taking it. So I was trying to get the BMS board to work because I had some example code to kind of work off of to try and figure out how everything worked. But I wasn't getting anything. I was getting really garbage data. So I looked at the company's dev kits, and the dev kit used this UART chip that allows it to do I2C. Annoyingly, it's a $50 breakout board. So I bought it. Well, I tried something else. It didn't work. It was a $20 UART I2C board, but it wouldn't recognize it. Neither did Windows. Windows hated it. It was in UART mode. Windows was like, yeah, you're a COM chip. I2C, no, I don't want to touch you. So then I had to get the actual thing and fork out the big bucks. Hooked it up, and sure enough, it recognized it. But it wasn't doing anything. Realized it needs a configuration first. So I did the configuration, and even more annoyingly, you can only configure it a certain number of times. 8 seems to be the number. I think I saved it the first time, so I'm assuming it's 8. If not, it's 7. So if you want to play around with it, in the software, it gives you 2 options. So you have to pay close attention. One's an option to just change the settings. The other one saves it to its internal ROM. It's the internal ROM saving that has a limit, which I think is redundantly ridiculous. Why can I only save so many times? I think that's a little silly, but it's definitely something to watch, because especially on this, where it's a dev board, so it's something you want to potentially play with settings and see how things behave. So when I go to actually program the MCU for testing, I'm going to have to make sure that it's just changing a setting but not saving the settings. And then when I do it in the scanners, obviously I would save the settings because I don't need to continuously update it. But do it once so that I'm not messing with any of the maximum number of times I can save things and having to desolder and resolder a new one. Yeah. Oh, it is. It would be a bite. But it's also silly. Like, why have that as a limit? Why program a limit to it? Like, you can flash an MCU 100,000 times? Like, why does this chip need a limit? Be very curious why they did that. But once I did the configuration, it was spitting out values. So what I'm hoping is part of the program lets you see its main address, and then the sub address, and then the value it's receiving, and then it decodes it. So what I'm hoping to do is use that as a way to compare. So I'll start pulling data and making my library, and then figure out how it's calculating the value, because some of it is in percentages and whatnot. So I'll use that as a way to build off of it, which is I'm hoping will allow me to learn and understand how I2C communication is working, because the charger board I have zip to go off of. So having a way to learn how to program I2C is going to be very helpful. Right, this should be ready to go. Print test page, print bitmap. I've put my spacing in. Yeah, okay, let's try another print. Still not enough space. Why is it doing that? Let's see here. I wonder if it's worth printing a line right under. Yes, currently still using the Uno. I haven't gotten to testing an ESP32. Probably not going to do it tonight. Once I get this test page to print the way I want it to, it's probably going to be the end. Let's pull the paper out, and I'm going to feed it again and get it to... Really? Why don't you want to take it in? It has an auto feed mechanism, but it doesn't seem to actually want to feed. Let's try that again. No, it's not taking it in. Why not? Let's try cutting this page. Okay. Just wasn't aligned very well. Weird. Didn't print out a really long piece. Normally it prints out a whole thing. But there. Let's try this. Put some space in it so that hopefully it cuts properly. And let's see how that turns out. Definitely means I'm probably going to have to do quite a few tests when I get it to make the actual receipt that I want it to make sure it prints properly. Upload. Oh, that didn't do it very well. It's probably because I opened the printer. When I had done that test page. There we go. Yeah, there's a nice sized. Yeah, I have. So this was a sample roll, but the actual roll that I bought is the max size this thing can hold. They had one printer a size up that can hold an extra large roll, but I couldn't find a decent supply of them, and definitely not at a good price either. They were way overpriced, and I do plan on buying a whole box, but I didn't want to buy a whole bunch of paper if the thing didn't work. So yes, I will. Once I confirm this is working, when I go to order the next printer, because I'm going to need two, I will be ordering extra. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. And that's why I like having local equipment to test on. But obviously with this project, once I push it to the field, I can't really do much with it. Especially because like I have a multi-monitor setup and I keep code a certain way and everything. So with this, I can easily work and do stuff, and I like my seat, I like how my desk is set up, so it's very easy for me to focus and work. If I have to go into like an office and sit there on one monitor try and fix it, oh my god. Yeah. So it's gonna make it interesting when I have to go bug hunting for sure. Oh, I didn't actually need to do another upload. I could have just told it to reboot. Oh well. It's still cutting in the wrong spot. Why? To me, that makes me think printer.feed isn't working. Because I'm calling it quite a few times. Because I tell it to feed and then do this. No, I don't tell it to feed there. But if I look at the others, I don't think... maybe it's slightly moving, but it's not much. Not as much that would make sense. Yeah. I feel like it's way off. I feel like it should be feeding more. Let's see here. Let's check the old one. It had feed and feed rows. Feed was it? Let's see here. Feed. Let's see. Feed. 2774. So this one is 27100. Yeah, that's what I want to check. 27100. No, that just does it cut. Check one of the justifies line height. Product feed, yeah. This one. Apparently the one I'm running is doing individual pixel rows. So let's see. Oh, right. Gotta love the fact that I put comments in. Let's try... It's not in the documentation, but I'm fairly certain it worked when it was in the other library. It has a different one, and it's supposed to do number of lines. Feed... row. Feed. And then this. Let's see what the maximum is. I'm gonna put a limit of, let's say 30. Let's see. And the command for it is 100. Just 6.4 in hex. Let's try that. Let's see if it shows up. 1B64. It doesn't show that. 6.4. 1B40. No. No. No, no, no. It doesn't show this command in the thing, but the way I see it, if you're trying to put more than 30 rows, you're being a nincompoop and just wasting paper. Yeah, I have a few, so feed 1, do an inverse. I'm gonna add a feed here, just because it doesn't look nice on paper at the moment. Nope. Enter. Another one, just to separate the various tests. And then here, there, feed for, oh, the actual function. Let's set. Oh, feed, there. Yeah, okay. For, feed for, let's see how that turns out. Much better. Now it's got the right margins. So, printing the logo, name, tests the justification, bold text, underlined text, bold underlined. Not sure why medium is in the middle. Text size medium. Why did it do that? Large, medium, small. Why did it do that? Why did it do medium in the middle? What is it? Set text size. That's a weird one. Let's see. Control. What's the command? 1B61. 1B61. Set the alignment. Left aligned, center, and right. Wait. 1-1. Why is it? Oh, that's text size. Large, medium, small. Oh. That's alignment. 1B61. Oh, I'm setting alignment here. That is not the right command. I want to set text size. No wonder it didn't work. And also why only medium's in the right spot, because it's the only command that's, well, that and small is technically the right spot, but set character size, 2.3. 2.3. It's nice to see that the half cut function works, keeping it in place. Oh, I should actually test to make sure that the QR code actually encoded its data. But text size 1D21N. Oh, looks like you can go really large with text. Whoa. Let's see. 1D21. And let's double check the old library. See if I just copy pasted something wrong or. Uh, 2933. 2933. There's my answer. Let's upload. And large, medium, small. Yep, everything's working. So you got logo, which might make some adjustments to that so that it prints nicer on a printout. The name, testing justified, bold text, underlined, bold, large, medium, small text, normal line spacing, taller line spacing, and QR code and text at the bottom. So let me take my phone and see if the QR code worked. Oh, yep. There we go. My phone found it. Took a minute. So it does indeed work. The further testing will be just I'll end up modifying the logo. The other test I would want to do is come up with a full string for that QR code and see if that works properly. But ideally I want to wait until I have a scanner ready to go, because I've been testing the scanner. The scanner is so darn small. This thing is small. Like, it is small. The plan is not to buy the version with the board, but just buy the scanner itself, and it's got some small screws that I'll use to mount inside the scanner. And this is just a standard cable, so I'm going to buy a larger cable, and then on the actual controller board, I can run that, and then everything can fit nicely in the scanner and be changeable as needed. But yeah, this thing works great. The only reason I bought the board is just ease of testing, because it's got USB and the UART connection. But the thing can run on 3.3 volts, and in this case it's just got a 5 volt to 3 volt regulator on it. And I found the easiest way to trigger readings on it, because you can either have it continuous, where it's always trying to read, which I don't want. I want to build a button on the scanner. So I found rather than fussing around with the commands for this thing, I did get some of the commands that I wanted / needed working for it. Basically, the main commands were asking it, hey, what's your version number and whatnot. That way, when I go to initialize everything, I can make sure the scanner is actually connected and communicating. Otherwise, throw an error code, because, well, can't use a barcode scanner if it can't actually scan a barcode. But I found the easiest way to trigger a reading manually is just to use, it has its own pin for triggering a reading. It also has a pin to light up an LED when it's successfully read something, but if you're monitoring your receive, you would get it anyways, but I will probably still tap into it just in case I need to. It also has its own ability to control a piezo, but it sounds absolutely terrible. So instead, I will put the buzzer on the barcode scanners, but I'm going to hook it up to the ESP so that I can do nice tones and maybe make a jingle for different functions, and not just one beat that you're scanning something. There's a few things I plan to put into it. I'll do the beep. It's going to have a light so that you have a visual indication that it's doing something, and the color will change based on what it's doing. The other plan is Adafruit has a really cool board. It's a haptic feedback quick connect based board, and I'm thinking of putting that inside the handle so you also get a vibrational feedback. Trying to make the device not just a good device but also an accessible device, so that even if you're visually impaired or whatever, or you're hearing impaired like myself, you have a way of knowing that the device is working properly. And then part of the setup is it'll have magnetic pogo pins, so when it goes on its base station, that gives it a connection for, yeah, way too many beeps. I even want to make it a setting so that if you're logging in, you can change it so that it's personalized to you. But I'll see how it goes with programming, if that's possible, because if you have a large number of users, it's a lot of data to keep track of. Granted, that data would come from the server, but if I have to keep sending lots of payloads, because potentially, ideally I want to use Wi-Fi, make things a million times easier, but potentially I'm going to get stuck using the nrf24 modules. The reason I'm not using something maybe slightly more modern and whatnot is with the nrf24, at least the library I like using, it lets you change what the auto-acknowledged payload is. And one of the reasons I like that is if the scanner is idle or it's not needing to send information, I can set it to listen to incoming payloads. And what I would do with the payload is I would have the base station be like, hey, what are you doing? And then it would send back battery information. If it's sitting idle, it would say it's idle. If somebody's got it logged in, it would say it's logged in, and so on and so forth. But with that base station and the pogo connector, that would be the way for power to recharge everything. I'm likely going to also set up an Ethernet connection on that, so that if I have to do updates, I can do it over the air, but through Ethernet. I guess if you're using Wi-Fi, it's still secure, but if I can't use Wi-Fi, then I still need a way to update everything without having to take them apart and put a serial debugger in. No, so the reason for login is so that the way the project is set up is that a donation comes in, typically volunteer or certain staff members would then log in the item to inventory to keep track of the amount of items that are being donated, but also like value, because government tracking wants to know that kind of stuff. And it's good for donor accountability reports. So you would have that stuff logged in. But then various staff members take things for clients to hand out as gifts or birthdays or Christmas time or whatever, or somebody's just in need and they need something, because we get everything from hygiene products to toys to stuffed animals, blankets, household items, pots, pans, that kind of stuff. We get a huge variety of items, so they can be taken for all sorts of purposes. But for accountability reporting, you kind of want to know that lots of staff are using it, because that shows it's going to great use. So that's a stat that can be seen. But also, if you notice that certain people might be not taking as much, that opens the door for the conversation of, are we missing items? Like, are we not meeting your potential clients' needs? Because not every staff member deals with the same type of people. Some are dealing with families, some are dealing with smaller kids, some are dealing with adults or teens or whatever. So having that kind of knowledge opens up the opportunity to tell donors, hey, this is what we actually need, this is what's useful for us. And then the other side of that is through the options on the scanner. I'll be asking yes or no questions of like, have you taken items for so-and-so before? Is this for a family or is it for just an individual? And then that adds to the accountability report. So login will be simple. So all the staff members already use an RFID tag for building access, as well as readers are already attached to the office printers and whatnot and photocopiers. So that tag is what everyone has, and it's unique to that person. So I've been connected with a company for a long time trying to get information, and finally sorted it today for RFID readers that are compatible with that card type, and should be able to order them come Monday. I have no idea what the lead time is on them, but now that I've sorted out the product code and everything, I have dimensional information. So I'll be able to start designing the scanner so that they will fit in place. So that's why, for the login, to make it super simple, you tap your staff tag and the system knows. And then I've already had the discussion of like making it easy to add new users. Like, is that going to require someone from IT to set stuff up? So the kind of, I haven't heard confirmation, but I'm thinking the thought process will be that if you tap a card and there's no account on it, it would give you the option to set up a basic staff account, so that they can start taking inventory. But if someone needs advanced privileges, then yes, you would need somebody else to go in and be like, yeah, you can have extra privileges. But just basic staff, I'll set it up so that they can set up their own account and make it simple. Assuming that the response I get is that yes, we would like the ability for staff to make their own basic accounts, but anything that requires high level adjustment or access to the system requires somebody else to authorize it. Yeah, I keep a lot of stuff in my head. I've definitely tried to think through a lot of things, but this is also why I like I want to show off the process of this work, is that it's no small task. I'm doing it myself. And I want to show not only what I can do, but I like learning, and especially with this code, like this took a while to figure out the command structure to make sure things worked properly. So it's definitely an interesting process. It's going to be interesting testing the QR function. I'm hoping that it can kind of get larger as needed if I add a larger string. So They might. I think it's a little too technical, at least for the work I'm doing right now. I don't really expect many to watch it. I do plan, once the system is ready, and to put a how-to guide together for the people actually using it. But some of this behind-the-scenes stuff, I don't expect as many people, other than people that follow the work I do and that like seeing technical stuff will follow it. So either way, I enjoy doing it. I also find it helps sometimes with some accountability, like if I'm struggling to kind of keep on top of it by live streaming. It's kind of like, yeah, I have to do it because I'm being watched, so to speak. Not that I typically have problems with procrastination, but the extra interaction with people is nice. Yeah. So now that the printer works, the only other thing I'll have to do tomorrow is I'll probably test out ESP32 with this adapter, and as long as that works, I'm confident moving forward, thinking that the project is ready to go. Put the printer back in its box for the meantime. I think my next task would be the battery boards. I'll probably start the design for circuit boards for see, I'd be tempted to start the circuit board design for the battery board, but if I can't get the chips to work, obviously they're not very useful. So I don't want to spend that hours doing that if I don't need to, so maybe not. But the main control board, I can do that. That main control board gets used in the barcode scanners. It will get used for the printer. That's pretty much it. The ATM machine is going to have a whole whack of boards in it, and that's going to be a whole process. That ATM machine is the secondary objective for the moment. And then what else? So circuit boards. I need the 3D model of the scanner to be started, and yeah, and the code for the battery. Yeah, I got a process. So my next stream would probably either be circuit board design or getting the code working, and I'm leaning towards the code. I'd kind of like to get that done, and I've been on a roll with coding lately. I don't know why, but I am, so I'll take it. But yeah, things are working. Woo! Glad I figured that one out. Printer feed. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. It's weird though, because it's not in this spec sheet. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, so it's definitely an interesting one. So the good thing is it's got mounts on the bottom. I do want to kind of change the port setup, because obviously having everything so all over the place is kind of unnecessary, and inside the base there's quite literally nothing in it. And you have this big cable kind of coming down, and I'd like it to be more tucked away if I can. What I could do is, because I have to essentially have the screen over top of this what I could do is, instead of the wires coming out this way, because this is where your open latch is, what I'm thinking is I could have it come out the other way, and by doing that, whatever paneling I set up, I could set it up so that you can at least access this if you ever have a jam or something. Swapping out the color piece, that'll be definitely interesting. But also, the one thing that I'm thinking of is, so the scanner, or the screen control board, I'm more than likely going to have an SD card on it, so that if it can't communicate with the server for whatever reason, it would store the data locally, and then either keep trying to send it, or if not, then you'd have to plug it into a base station, where it then would update over Ethernet. But if anyone can come up and open the printer cartridge and potentially access it, then not so great. So I'm half wondering if I need to put a lock mechanism on it, so that you have to use, because this printer will also have a login thing, so that if you need to print an extra receipt, you can scroll through the list of most recent donations and print something off. So yeah, I'd be tempted to build a lock mechanism on it, so that in order to open the door, you need access, so to speak. So that if tampering happens, you can potentially know who was the last to access it. Yeah. But yeah, trying to design something that looks nice and is functional will be an interesting challenge. But yes, it would stop people from fiddling with it. It definitely would. I'm realizing I would need an extra sensor on it too. You would need well, one of the items I like using, it'd be absolute overkill. It's not the exact one, but I've used these in my house actually for various things, and they're great. Surprisingly cheap, they work well. Trying to find the right one. It comes in two versions, but this is pretty much the idea. So this is an electronic lock. So the solenoid pulls this handle down, which causes the mechanism to unlock. They make two versions of it. This version, and then there's another version. Actually, both versions allow... it's funny, both versions allow a switch to be inside them, but they sell a different one. It's actually slightly larger, because it has a spring mechanism to really push open whatever... sorry, hiccups. To push open whatever you're doing. In all reality, this is fine, especially like if it's plastic housing. This would be more than enough to open. The reason I like the idea of using this is you really have to close the door with some force and then everything clicks into place, whereas your other option is like a servo and you're opening a cam or something, and there's potential for someone to jam it up, not being gentle with it or whatever, whereas this would be durable. But it can have a micro switch fits inside these things, so that you can know if it's open or properly locked and closed. the gift code ATM machine would use them as well. Just that machine will have a mechanical backup. I could still put a mechanical backup on this because all I have to do is pull that latch, but I'd like to believe the code would be reliable enough to not lock you out, and in all honesty, if it really locked you out, it's a plastic housing. The gift code ATM machine, that's going to be made out of steel, so probably not want to try to hack your way into the thing. But I can always 3D print a new case if you had to hack it open because the lock failed or whatever. But I think that's the easiest way to put something in. Overkill, absolutely, but I think it's best option overall. I feel like I'm rambling. Yeah. Test this with the ESP32. If that works, I can sign off on it. I swear I've spent... Well, this is almost a 9-hour live stream. The other one was like 7.5 hours. I easily spent 10 hours in between. That's what? Let's see here. 7 plus 9 plus 10. Yeah, I'd say I easily put in 30 hours getting this printer validated. That is just ridiculous. That is a lot of hours. Yeah. But it's worth it. It's it's not just a good project. I find it's a passion project in a way, but I get paid for it, so bonus. Yep. Pretty darn good too. I've only had a few things not work for me. So the first one was I initially tried this printer to work through the RS-232 port on it, but I was getting zip. Nothing. Wasn't responding, wasn't sending anything back. Nada. It does have one extra pin, and I think that pin is supposed to be high or low depending if it's sending or receiving, but I was getting nada out of it. So for craps and giggles, I hooked it up through USB and it was responding. And then I happened to be poking around on GitHub and I found this driver and an example library and decided, let's try it. And part of the functions worked. So I was like, well, this is awesome. And then obviously it was just a matter of getting the actual functions I needed. One was the auto cutter, bitmap, and QR code. And thankfully the company that makes this printer was super helpful. And I was able to, what do you call it? Get everything working right. So, hooray. Don't need that open anymore. Don't need that. I'm gonna leave those open for when I go fiddling with it tomorrow. Keep that open. Don't think I need anything else. Yeah, I need to get some food myself. So I'm gonna call it quits. Thanks for coming back and saying hello.